Here we going out tonight. Good morning, Distancer. How we doing today? What up, Noons? Weekend. Yeah, I got a late start this morning. Since I've been job hunting and not really having a real job during the day, my schedule has been seeping forward. But that's got to change again now that we're getting ready to start a real job again. Drunk Time Lord, I guess you do in fact only OCaml. We do, we're actually going to do some Lua config for NeoVim here, first thing. We're going to do it for DevDad. You need some help setting up the debugger protocol. So we're going to try to get that working. This morning, we're continuing to learn about Lexers, parsers, and compilers with the essentials of compilation and writing an interpreter in Go, translated to OCaml. But first, we're going to try and figure out some, what is the name of the NeoVim DApp? Is that what it's called, NeoVim DApp? Yeah, NVim DApp. Boom. Great. Okay. I don't think you generally want to git ignore your lock files, Noons. Because the reason you don't want to ignore lock files is because consider the situation where you're working with a team, right? And everyone's working from the same code base. The lock file is what's going to help ensure that everyone gets the same exact dependencies from NPM or Bun. Well, I guess it all comes from NPM, but that's why lock files are important and should always be committed to version control. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we're going to go play with NeoVim config. So let's go to my config. Let's see here. Let me DM DevDad and let him know we're doing that on stream right now. We're taking a look now. All right, so let's pull up the docs for NeoVim DApp and see if we can figure this out. It's gonna be M. Fussinger. M. Fussinger. Look at that. Copilot even knows it's M. Fussinger. That's hilarious. Okay. Let's I always forget how to do lazy plugins, so let me go look at mine quick. Lazy, this can be lazy for sure. I don't know why this isn't lazy. It's just in the dark. I did, but I didn't solve it in a Nix way apparently, but you know, that's okay. It works. That's all I need. Lazy means that NeoVim will defer loading the plugin until some event happens rather than loading it at startup time. So it doesn't slow down the startup time, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm still going to ask BG about it when I stream with him on Sunday night and see if we can get like a more idiomatic solution. Because I would prefer to do it like the idiomatic Nix way, but like I'm not, like Nix is a means to an end for me rather than being the thing I want to go all in on. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. What's going on here? Oh, we need another table. Let's see here. What is my keybinds? Yank surround. Is that it? There we go. Look at that chat. All right, what is... I had a full house in streaming today watching me fail at this. That's right, we're about to do the same thing probably for a while here. I have never tried to do this. All right, so that's good. I should be able to come in and just say... Oh, it's not in strings. Duh, there we go, okay. All right, so DevDad, do you only need this for like JavaScript and Node.js, basically? I know I'm late, bad cop. My sleep schedule has been shifting forward during the past month while I have been interviewing and not really having a day job. But that changes next Tuesday or 2 Tuesdays from now. So I gotta get my shit together. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where's the configuration? You'll need to install and configure a debug adapter per language. Okay. I can live with that. A typical debug flow consists of setting breakpoints via Lua required DAP toggle breakpoint. Okay, we can make that a keybind. Launching the debug sessions and resuming via Lua DAP continue. Okay. Stepping through code, step over. Okay. We got a REPL. Great. This is a very Spartan README. Yeah, DApp should work for basically any language that has a debugger that implements the debug adapter protocol or whatever it is. So I'm positive that Rust and Go, their debuggers, would support this. All right, so it sounds like VS Code JS debug is the new one. I think we can use Mason to install it, right? Oh no. I suspected this might be a problem. Shit. Do I know how to fix this? What's wrong with this? It's good to have metric dashes to show you how many you don't have. You have 1.5 users on average. I need to, what do I need to do here? I know I have to fix this thing. I think we come down here and we say recursive true. Maybe that will fix it. I think that's how people said they fixed it on Reddit. 1 second. Time to book QR code. I've thought about doing that, to be honest. Jesus. Okay, so I broke my Nix configuration. This is really good, chat. This is a strong start to the morning. My level of effort with NeoVim itself is really low. It's just that I am... I'm fighting an uphill battle with Nix and losing. Okay, what you're seeing has nothing to do with Neovim, though. This is all Nick stuff. I promise. All right, let me see if that did the trick for Nix. c.config. All right, so that doesn't appear to have done what I would have expected. Okay, so that really didn't work. Sharper guy, can you still configure everything in Lua that way? Like, I want to keep all my config in Lua. The hell is this song? Punk goes crunk? Let's go. I am a console log debugger, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, okay. All right, we're just gonna go back to doing this normally because Nix is causing me problems right now with file permissions, and that's like my whole problem. So we're gonna just go back and we're gonna come in here and we're just gonna say, we're gonna copy that. We're gonna do this, we're gonna wipe. All right, so now we should be able to make edits at least to my config under z.config, right? All right, this song sucks ass. I thought that was gonna be a lot funnier than it was, and it was not good at all. Is there like a recursive chown? How does chown work? I don't remember how to do this. Change owner, nvim. Change owner, recursive, help. Is it my, do I have to put my user in? Thank you, bad cop. I will never talk poorly about Bash again for at least a week. A legal group name. I have no idea. Why is that? Why do I have this freaking lock there? What does that mean? I don't understand. Username directory. So it's gonna be chown -r. I think it's just Dylan and Vim. Wait, why is my mvim folder? Oh my god, it's playing at the Nick store. I don't want that. No, I'm not using NixOS. I'm on OS X. Okay, there we go. We're just going back to old school frickin' get out of Nixland to make this happen. All right, pretend nothing on stream happened so far, DevDad, because that was all Nix bullshit. We are now in normal NeoVim territory. Okay, so let's go back to our plugins and let's go to DAP. And we're actually going to turn this off so it loads immediately. Do I have to do anything? Do I have to do a sync here? I'm going to quit out so it loads. And we're going to come back in. And now we should have DAP loaded, right? DAP. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so we got DAP stuff. And now we want to probably install. Where's the repo at? This guy. Does it say anything about Mason on here? No, but I know we can use Mason. So let's see what Mason gives us. We can go to DApps. Look at this. We got some nice DApps in here. We want JS debug adapter, I think. All right, JS debug adapter has been installed for us. Great. Let's see if we get some help text for that. Nope. Take me to the DAP. DAP it up. All right, so we have a DAP client to the DAP adapter, which is what we just installed. Node has a debugger, and we debug our app. Great. Adapter configuration. Is JS in here? Oh, that's not gonna freaking help. He's a looker. Man, I haven't heard this song forever. Wow. This song's a freaking throwback. All right, where's the freaking JS adapter in here? JavaScript. Is that the thing we installed? I think this is the one. No, we don't want JavaScript Deno. In my zones again. I have no idea what we just installed, actually. I just yeet shit onto my system. I think this is the one we want. Let's go back and read the threads we opened. So node debug 2 is the old one. So they said blah, blah, blah. They gave us some links. This had an article here. Okay, so VS Code JS debug is the debugger. So what the hell did we install? JS debug adapter. I don't even know if that's the right one. Node debug 2. I mean, that might be it. I actually have no idea. Oh, fuck you, Medium. All right, let's compare these two. All right, he shoved some shit in here. Lua, plugins, dap, dap, dap. I don't see dap. Did you put dap in here? No. Utils? No. Let's just search for it. He's got nothing. He probably uninstalled it. Yeah, I don't even see it in here anymore. Homie got rid of it. Useless. All right. So what did you do? Dap VS Code JS. There are so many packages here. The VS Code JavaScript debugger. Great. Okay. I think it depends, right? It's not requires. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to disable this. Nvim notify. Where is it? Dependencies, not depends. Change left, dependencies. And that takes a table, of course. That closes there. That closes. We don't need this. That's part of our problem. That one. That closes that. Don't need that one. There we go. So we have that. Great. Don't need that for now. Blah, blah, blah. Sure. PWA node, PWA Chrome. Okay. Okay, let's undo what we did with Mason, because that's probably just gonna end up hurting us. Where's the uninstall? X. Okay. Can I get out of this? Yeah, let's just get rid of this for now because I don't know actually what it is. And we'll save there. And we'll go to lazy. Oops. Let's open up lazy. And we're gonna go ahead and do a sync. All right, we'll change the music. We'll change the music. We'll do today's hits. No, we won't. I don't want to do that. We're gonna listen to Ren. That's up to date. Great. Do a clean quick. All right, so we're good there. So we got that for all the configuration options. Node, Mocha. Okay, so come in here and we'll say config is going to be a function. And what does that take? A bracket and then it says end. Is that how Lua does functions? Something like this? I don't think it uses those. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And here we're going to say require dap VS Code JS. We're going to call setup. And we're going to come in here and we're going to say adapters. So we need the debugger too. All right, hold on here. There's so many things to make debuggers work. You just got to start debugging with console logs and just live like the rest of us, Dev Dad. It's all right. We're gonna get this working. Download in... Oh, lordy. All right, so we're gonna have to figure out how to do this with lazy. Init functions are during startup, dependencies condition enable dev dir main. Oh, build. Here we go. Build is executed when a plugin is installed or updated. Before running build, a plugin is first loaded. If it's a string, it will be ran as a shell command. When prefixed with colon, it is a neovim command. You can also specify a list to be executed, multiple build commands. Some plugins provide their own build.lua. Okay. That's what we're going to want. We're going to want this build guy. I think. Let's just scan this quick. Yeah, okay, great. We're going to come over here and we're going to say build, and this is going to be a function. And in here, we're going to want to do what they told us to do here. I don't know what op does with Packer. Let's see what Packer's op does. Only required if you have Packer configured as opt. That's not very helpful. That must have to do something with lazy loading. Okay, that's good reference. Sure. Does this need to return a string? Build. Or a list of build commands. Yeah, this can just be a string actually. Okay. Let's save that. And let's go to lazy and just see how bad we break things. It's gonna break real bad because, no, it should be fine because we have node. What's that warning say? Oh yeah, can you link Typecraft's video? He's very good at NeoVim stuff as well. That might be a good reference. So could drown, so could drown. Zulu said, I have trouble knowing where to put my console log. You're new with coding. My advice would be figure out if you can, figure out the path, the very beginning of the path where your code executes and put your console log there. So like in your script that you run, say you're doing Node.js, right? And you have like an index or a main.js, put your first console log there, right? If you see it, log when you run it, you're off to a good start. Next, try to figure out just the path that your code executes to where you think the bug is, and just start putting more and more console logs through your code. I just realized my monitors are super fracked up here. Have to fix that later. It's annoying. I had to reorganize my office this morning from the contractors working yesterday. Whatever. I need like a level. Whatever, that's good enough. Okay, so that looks like it installed, right? Let's quit out and load back in and see if we... Okay, that looks reasonably well. This is Sick Boy by Ren off his album titled Sick Boy. All right, so we got there. We got our freaking debugger. Do-da. So let's try this now. This goes in DAP VS Code JS. And we're going to say our adapters, we're just going to take Does this repo cover all the adapters? Is that like, do we just get all of them for free with that thing we just built? I assume we do. YOLO, we're taking them all. Where are we messing up here? Okay, Lazy needs to chill with these error messages. Or these, setup as a function. So that goes there. That closes that. That closes nothing. No, it does. It has to close. Should be closing. Ah, there we go. We need a comma and that. There we go. Let's just disable that. Okay, so that looks good. Down. Let's go, Typecraft. You're gonna save my life this morning. No, don't do it with Go. Don't do it for Go. Do it for Node. Oh, you can click? He's a great follow on Twitter too. Highly recommend. Actually, let's see if I can shout him out on Twitch. I think he streams. I just haven't interacted with him on Twitch yet. Hey, we got him. All right, let's throw this one like 2x. Yep, we already read this. We figured this out already. We saw the diagram. Yep. He's a good video editor. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care about this. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Probably want that. Probably want that. Nvim dap UI. In fact, I think I opened his config, right? Where did that go? Is this? Yeah. Lua, plugins, Dap, 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 dap. Debugging, sure. Yoink you. In fact, we should just put like all that other shit as dependencies to this one, right? That would make the most sense. That's how dependencies work, huh? You can come up here, we can throw you in there, and we can come up here and throw you in here, but you'll be another nested table. And in fact, we could have just copied this, delete around that, do that, boom. That gets a comma. That gets a comma. We have an extra comma. Format, look at that. Or did you just log at it? And then we should have just, let's take, it was this one, right? We'll do the same thing. Throw that there. Oh, what just happened? I want delete the comma, come down here, put that there, comma, delete around that, throw that there, format, extra comma. Let's get the music going. It is too silent in my head. Yeah, I might hit him up. It'd be fun to do a collab with Typecraft. I would love to collab with him to promote 2 of my new plugins. Yeah, I'll actually have to hit him up. Okay, so we've got all this garbage. Let's go ahead and save. And honestly, I might even at some point, I'm gonna write a freaking note to myself here. Let's see here. Where's my scratch pad? Personal commit PR to lazy.mn to not reload plugin file on save if file hash is the same as previous. As previous. Like, this shouldn't run. I don't know why it's detecting changes, because I know for a fact that lazy has some state somewhere. And what it should do under the covers, it should take like the SHA hash of the file, and if it's the same as last time, like, just don't do anything. Where's mine give me? All right, so let's quit out, make sure everything works there. All right, some shit broke there. Let's go ahead and clean. And let's do an update. Press X to remove the plugin. Yeah, that's good. Let's do that. Oh, Rick, you're a legend. All right, so let's go do that quick, because that is what I want. There's 2 puppers in here. I don't know if you can see Winnie on the floor over here. That one is Murph. Murph is one of the dogs we watch. All right, so in lazy setup, you said change detection. So my lazy doesn't look like what you just showed me there. So that's nested under checker. No, it's not. It's just change detection. So we go here, change detection, and it's going to be a table, and we'll say enabled is true. I'm fine with it reloading my config. I just don't want the notify. Let's see if that helps. So I clearly broke that. Shouldn't E get me to a... Jesus, I broke everything. Second param, you can pass that object. Yeah, lazy is a plugin manager for try second param after your first object. So you're saying like, hold on, I might have just done something stupid here and copied somebody's config without really understanding what I was doing. Plugins, ops. Yep, okay. There we go. I see what happened. So this will be, this is where we change detection. And this is going to be enabled is true and notify is false. Invalid plugin spec. What are you talking about? Oh, I know what I did. Yeah. Thank you, Rick. I just need to listen to Rick here. I'm sure Rick is like on the other side of his screen just going, what is this idiot doing? Just read my messages. That should be better, yeah? In fact, we can probably do what you recommended and just say this is a string. This should be a table or a string. Actually, let's just go back and keep what I had because I know that works. So let's right quit out, vim back in. So this is just dap shit broken. That's fine. All right. We want to do a clean about sync. All right, so this guy, how do I do this? X doesn't seem to do anything. All right, now we install. We're building, that's great. I wish I could see all my log messages here. All right, so that looks good. Let's check our log quick. Okay. dap vs code.js isn't found. All right, so let's go back to our dap file. It's probably because I should probably just go back to the way I had this. rather than just trying to be clever and build a dependency graph. Okay. Okay, that feels like it worked. Okay. Let's pause our music again, and we're gonna go back to, we gotta add that UI. Where is our UI? And then DAP UI. In fact, we should just go look at type crafts. Start the music again. And here, this one's probably fine to list as a dependencies. No, don't put telescope in there. God, Copilot pisses me off sometimes. Fucking Copilot is the worst thing. I do need to make... Oh, that's what I should do for the cooking stream, Patel. I've been saying that I want to do a cooking stream. We'll do the nasi lemak for the cooking stream. That will be fun. Hold on, give me a better recipe here. I need to figure out where I can find screw pine leaves. And I gotta figure out where to get that. I don't know what that is. Don't know what prawn paste, okay. Okay, so there's a couple things in here that might be hard to find, but I have a bunch of, yeah, we got an H Mart. So we'll hit up an H Mart. Oh, you sent me the actual recipe to use? All right, great. Let me go check our messages quick. Can you DM me again? I'm trying to find our messages here. I needed to get bumped. There it is. I found it. Here we go. Here's the recipe. All right. So we will try to make this on stream. Lemongrass. I'm sure we can find that at H Mart. What's the cook time on this? Hell yeah, maybe next weekend. Not this coming weekend, but next weekend we'll do a cooking stream. And we'll make this. All right, let's get back to fighting JavaScript. Where's our good friend Typecrafts repo? Is this one? So I still think I should be able to move these as dependencies. No, it's the other way around, right? Recursive dependency should be fine. It should just be like, how does dependencies work in Lazy? What order do they load? See, chat, this exercise right here is good. Even though I'm not going to end up using this debugger protocol, one thing I've been trying to do over the course of the past year and a half, and this is something that TJ talks about a lot on his stream, is becoming an expert of your tools and learning how they work. I have no idea how some of this requires stuff works in Lazy, but by doing this and reading the manual and struggling through it, we're learning how our tools work better. And yeah, I think that's a valuable thing. So yeah, it's going to load those dependencies when we load this too. So I think that's okay. So theoretically, what I was doing should be fine. So like if we take this and I move this back inside dependencies, right? Like that should be fine. Let's go ahead and just like do that. The one that's going to be a pain in the ass, let's just highlight this and get Lazy to delete it since we have that like build step, right? So let's clean. Clean failed. That's great. Let's just see where we get if we quit out. It's all great. Dap. And then we want to take this guy. Let's uncomment that and move him up. And we're going to put that in this array here. And we can comment that out now. And let's just right quit out there. Great, so that looks good. Let's go to DAP. And we're actually gonna do all of the setup in the config function of the outer dependency. We'll say this is gonna be, I don't even know what they call this thing. Let's take that, throw that up there, GCC that. And this will be, oh God, I hate that that's one word. This will be, I don't even, dap JS. Right, I need a local. Okay. You probably just copy and paste all of this. So what is this saying? Let's understand, let's not just blindly copy and paste. Let's understand what we're doing here. In fact, so he says he's going to set up So this is going to configure dap UI, right? So we're going to do that, call setup. I don't know if that actually returns. Does this return anything? Returns the config. Okay, we don't want that. We probably want this up there based on what he's doing. Dependencies get installed first. Okay. Okay, in that case, well, in that case, Drew, why? So he would be doing the same thing. I think the requires are actually the thing that's saving him from problems over here, right? Because he requires them in the correct order, and that's when it's going to load them. Because we're effectively copying his setup, and instead of using nvim dap go, we're using dap VS Code JS. So as long as we maintain the require order, we should be okay doing it this way. And we'll just write comments for that. We'll optimize the loading and stuff when we're done. Because I want to think about that a little bit more. I don't know if I like implicit order. So that looks good there. In fact, that's not going to give us that, but that will do that. Okay. So then we have this dap listeners before. So that must be like a pre-hook, right? We're going to attach. We're going to call dap UI open. Before launch, we're also going to call open. Okay. These are just hooks to control dap UI. I'm fine with that. I actually kind of want to go look at the docs for that quick. Okay. So let's search help. What is it called? Dap UI config. Dap UI config. Let's say dap listeners. All right, we're just going to the dap text, and we're going to grep for listeners. Listeners before. Here we go. Can I not? All right. nvim dap supports subscribing and listening to all responses or events that a debug adapter might send to nvim dap. There are two tables for that: dap.listeners.before and dap.listeners.after. Both before and after are nested tables where the first key is event. For events or command. For request responses, the second key is an arbitrary key used to identify the subscription. The second key must be unique. Sure. And we just called it, what do we call it? Launch and attach is the command. And then dap UI is our unique key. Okay. So that should still work, right? because that's our unique key. Okay, that looks good to me. So there must be two ways to get into dApp UI or start that. I'm not sure what the difference between attach and launch are. Let's see if there's anything in here. Attach to, okay, yeah, right. So launch actually starts the application, and then attach is attaching to an existing one. So that's why we have two for each. That looks good. So let's bump back over to here. We set some keybinds. I'm not going to add the keybinds right now because I don't know if I have anything bound to DT. Let's go look quick. User key maps. Leader D. Leader D's nuts. Okay, it looks like leader should be okay. Yeah, I don't have anything on leader D. So we can copy those for the sake of this example. I don't know what I just did here. Sure. And let's go back to dApp. And let's go plug these in down here. Whoops. Okay, that looks good. We can quit out of the help. All right, so we have the debugging stuff there. Now we just gotta fight the good fight of getting TypeScript and all that configured. So I'm not really worried about this because I think that's going to be managed for us. This is a good idea here. And this looks like it might be similar to what DevDad was doing, right? Current working directory is workspace folder. Does that work? Will it automatic? Okay, so that must get interpolated with actual values. Okay, so this one looks like it is using TS Node, right? We got the dad jokes in here. We're probably going to stream for a while today, chat, a little bit longer than normal. Probably going to stream till 1 p.m. So do we know what the difference between node 2 and this feels like the one we run, right? Like this guy right here. Siren, yeah, I'm going to continue streaming every morning. I need to talk with my manager to see if I can still go to 10 a.m. Eastern time. If I can't go to 10 a.m. Eastern time, I'm going to bump back an hour and we'll start streaming at 6 a.m. and go to 9 a.m. rather than, I know I haven't been good like the past month about starting on time at 7. Just because I've had a really loose schedule and my office has had, whatever, doesn't matter. We'll be doing either 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. still, or if I can't start at 10 a.m., we'll go to 9 a.m. Thank you for the follows, Ginkgo Wow and DDisQ? Don't know how to say that. But yeah, appreciate y'all. And Undoing, I missed you earlier. And Coding Nerd Fletch, appreciate the follows. Sorry that I missed you guys. I've been I've been in the zone here. So I like this pattern that they're doing here, right? To his inside you. So let's say we take the extensions thing. It's a clever idea. I like making the language work for us, right? So we don't need viewers felt. We'll take let's rename this and be a little bit more clear. This would be I suppose this, yeah, this can run in here. This is going to be closer to something like dap vs code JS extensions. And then we can copy this block. So for index and extension in I pairs. I pairs? What about I ladies? dap dot configurations our file extension. Extension, yeah, equals empty table. We good here? We are. Do we do anything with the index? I guess we don't. I do something like this in my LSP setup. For my languages, how do I do this? That loop. Pairs, name, config. I guess that is I pairs. Okay, whatever. We just don't use index. And then we're gonna take the TS node setup, PWA node with TS node. Let's copy that. I'm gonna do that, throw that in there, boom, and let's review this. Let's see what this all does. So we're gonna say its type, it's gonna be a PWA node, it's gonna be a request to launch it. Launch current file, progressive what up with TS node. We gotta get the current working directory. What does that give us? I'm wondering. We might want that to get our project root instead. That's something to think about. All right, let's quit out, make sure we don't have any problems, right? We don't want to launch into Vi. All right, so attempted to index field configuration. All right, so we had a bug somewhere in there. What did we do wrong? Let's comment this block out and see if that was our problem. What was that message? Oil split could not find a parent window. Please try to replicate whatever you just did and report a bug on GitHub. I just launched in, buddy. Weird. Okay. So it looks like it wasn't super happy that we did this thing in here. Let's try again. Yeah, okay. Failed to index into a field configuration. And that would have been right here. Because it's a massive typo. Okay, still a problem. Thank you for the follow, First Noir. Appreciate you. So it doesn't seem like it likes this, what we're doing here. Let me go throw this on the charger again, and I will be right back. What up, Nate? Yeah, you showed up. I was like, I gotta get the hell out of here. Maybe extension is no. I kind of doubt that, but we can try. Let's make sure we're doing... skill issue chat. Can I replicate? Okay, whatever. That seems fine. Okay, so that worked. Thank you, Nate. I super appreciate that. I'm very, very excited. One, to be done interviewing and to be working at Vercel, and especially more so with the team I'm going to be working with. They're awesome. So super stoked. I start on the 20th, so a week or two away. Man, I gotta fix my freaking monitors. It sucks. I hate when monitors get bumped. Let me check OBS right now. Yeah, I gotta fix my monitors. I want something like this. Like that, and then this has to come over. God, I hate fucking adjusting monitors. It's because I have to tear down my office and reset everything up every time these contractors are here. And this project is taking way longer than expected. All right, that's like close enough to how I normally have it. Although this needs to come more like that. Something like this. Sorry, chat, 1 second. This is gonna drive me crazy if I don't get it right. Shocked Pikachu, I know. Okay, so that's like right in front of me. Now let's fix this fucking one. God damn it. These freaking monitor arms are so hard to work with too. All right, this feels reasonable. That's not gonna bother me while I stream. All right, so theoretically, like this should be kind of set up right now. I should be able to launch like DApp UI or something. DApp UI. I don't know, should we go to a node project and like see if it works? Let's go to Z code. And do we have a temp directory in here? Yeah. Let's say it's going to be node DApp. npm init. Right. So our keybinds were what? Let's do we not have an index.json in here? In fact, it should be index. We can probably do. What is wrong with oil? What is happening? It's probably whatever. What the fuck is happening? Well, it's like not even just oil. My LSP is like not having a great time right now. Like if I come in here, yeah, like look at this. Something is really broken. All right, let's see what's going on with oil. So let's just say we do like a set interval and we just do this function that's like console.log hello chat. And we'll log that every 5 seconds. Right? And right quit out. I think this is a Nick's issue. Maybe not. I don't know. That was weird, but whatever. So what are our keybinds that we set up here? Where's this thing at again? Toggle breakpoint. Let's do like let or const var, or yeah, date equals new date, and then we can just like log that too, right? Something like that. Let's make sure this runs. I just need to like get a command to spit out a Nix flake for node dev. Right, we didn't wait 5 seconds. That's weird that I didn't get any sort of LSP feedback there. Okay. Great, whatever. It's not pretty, but it works. Is it time? That would give us a Unix timestamp, right? Yeah, okay, great. So if we do leader DT, all right, so we got a breakpoint. We see the little B over there. Okay, so we should be able to do something like DAP. I don't even know how this works. I should probably watch the rest of his video, huh? Okay, so that just tells me our setup's wrong, which is fine. When I press leader DC, it's looking for an entry point file in my local directory, which is not correct. Let's come down here, close this, open that. I forget what is this? Yeah, there we go. So let's go back to our NeoVim config. Why can I not type? There we go. I think the problem with oil right now is actually this debug stuff. Like, I want to try commenting this. I just want to confirm that oil is not super broken. Where is that seeing that we still have mvim dap? Oh, right. Oh, right. The good thing is here that it does appear that this is probably the culprit. So something tells me this is what's wrong right here. And I think this current working directory thing is the problem. And I kind of called that out earlier, that I thought that might be a problem. So I want to go find DevDad's paste bin that he gave me earlier. Let's move this over here. So let's yoink that. And instead of this, where was it? This one? Thanks, Nate. Have a good day, man. I'm sure I'll see you around or talk to you somewhere today. Okay, that looks better. I still don't know why my LSP server is not telling me that, like, that's a problem. Kind of bothers me. But, so we should be able to put our breakpoint, right? Leader DB. That doesn't feel like it's working. Space DB. Isn't that what our freaking thing is? DT. Or not. Oh, right, because it's lazy and it's not loading. Right. So let's, God damn it. Sure, we'll stop making it lazy. That way it loads. That's why our keybinds weren't attached. So now DT, there's our breakpoint. DC, error trying to... What up, Leo? You're lurking? Sweet. We're playing around with debugger stuff for DevDad. And then we're going to start working on compiler stuff once we figure this out. So let's try to... Oh, it's looking in Packer. Do we all see that? That it's looking in Packer. That's definitely a problem. Why would it be trying to install in a Packer directory when we're not using Packer? Extra sus. There's nothing in here. So, okay, that's a good lead, right? I don't even know what session I'm in right now. So it's this one that's failing. So we might have to... Does anyone know where lazy will install? Maybe we just go here, right? We should read the docs for this guy. Great, they don't say anything about lazy. That's what we did. Oh, okay, here we go. That's our command, right? Let's close this window. npm install legacy pure depths and gulp vs debug server bundle and move dist to out. Great. It says opt true. Okay, so maybe we do need the opt true thing. Opt equals true. I don't know what the hell that does. Does lazy tell us what that does? We have lazy open somewhere in here. Opt. I don't even think that's a legit key in lazy. I don't even think that, well, I mean, I'll just put it in and see what it does. Where was that pull request we were just looking at? That looked useful. Note that if VS Code is installed without its root folder location must be manually set. Utils.get debugger path. So we have utils. We're not using a custom one though, right? I still don't think we need that opt true, do we? Oh yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. So that's the, yeah, okay. So we got to figure out where the hell lazy vim installs shit. I think it's in local. I'm using fish, but yeah, if you use Zeesh, that's the Zeesh auto suggestion stuff. So I don't see it in this directory. That's where we were, wasn't it? Right now, we're not using Nix on this with this NeoVim configuration. That was giving us too many problems this morning. share. Here we go. I was just in the wrong directory. There it is. There it is. There's the fucking file we want. Okay. So we need to set a path. So debugger path. And that happens here, right? Debugger path is going to equal this thing, and then delete to there. That's what we want, right? In fact, we can make this a little bit more dynamic, right? We can do this. Yeah. So we can yoink to there, and we can go back, and it's really going to be something like lazy / VS Code JS debug. So let's take delete to the comma, view around that, paste that in, jump back to V, do that. Oh God. Let's close this terminal window. Okay. Gap VS Code. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. Such a flaky process. Okay, no errors there. Let's go back to that little temp directory we did. Let's vim in here. In here, we're going to say dt, dc. I don't want to say first try, chat, but basically the first try. I don't know how to use any of the keybinds, but it's fracking working. We can use the mouse. Looks like, I don't know. We can do shit. That kind of works. Terminate session. DC. We're in. We're in. We're so in. I don't know what the hell's going on over here, but like, you know, the important things are working, I think. How do I step over? I don't know what any of my freaking keybinds. Lua, require, no, we're not doing this. Well, I can click, right? We can step over. Ensure executable is up to date if using, I don't know what that means, but that looks like it's just path issues. Oh, it's because I moved my cursor. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Let me, did I break it? I don't know what I did. I don't know how to use all of this, DevDad, but it should be far enough along here that we can iterate on this and fiddle with it. So if you still want to stream together, I don't know if you're down for that tomorrow morning. Co-stream, yeah. We can rock with this config and get it working with your shit. This is enough progress, I think, that we have a good foundation. DC. We're going to hit in 5 seconds. Boom, we hit. Okay, we step over. We have our value over there. We step over, we get our log. We step over that, we can click play. We'll wait for 5 seconds. It's going to hit again. Maybe. Oh, it's because the timer's still running, right? You can step over. We got our return value. We can probably click. We can click everywhere. Look at this. Look at it. We got stack traces. Wow, this is actually kind of a nice little UI. I don't think I'd ever use it, but you know, it's a thing.
Where are you?
Wait, you want to see it again, DevDad? All right, we have to wait for the timer to hit, right? Should be 5 seconds. Or maybe I have to step over. Yeah, I step over. So we have this. I don't know if I can like reassign it. Can I delete and what's up? Hi, Murph. It looks like I can't edit these values. There might be ways. You just have to look in the NVim DApp UI stuff, but yeah, dude, it's working. Boom, mic drop. What's up?
Just check your phone whenever you have a chance. Oh, hi, bud. Look at how tall he is. Can they see how tall he is? He's so large.
Okay, hold on, chat. All right, we're back, chat. We're back, and we're going to jump back into our essentials of compilation. DevDad, I'm going to send you this. I'm going to put this config in a gist on GitHub so we have it. And I'll send it to you on GitHub. Or not GitHub, Jesus, Discord. Yeah, I got missed calls in T10.
Okay, also, did you see that the HOA isn't going to do mulch anymore?
What?
We have to do our own landscaping now. They're still mowing our yards, but we have to do our own, like, landscape.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
What good is the HOA if they don't do shit for us?
They aren't any good.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure other people will bitch about that. Where are my DMs with DevDad? There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, chat. Tomorrow at 5:30 a.m., I will be guest starring on DevDad's stream. And we're going to get him fully over to NeoVim. All right, we can close all of this stuff now that we figured that out. What an adventure. So the moral of the story, chat, now that DevDad's gone, is just use console log debugging. It's just so much better. Yeah, let's I'm not touching those comments, but let's keep the stereotypes and racism out of chat. All right, so back to let's quit out of here, quit out of that. And we want to go to our essentials of compilation. Great. So let's make sure we're good here. Let's make sure we're building. And check this out, chat. We built a REPL yesterday. Okay, let me give chat some context for what we're doing. So in our Discord, we are doing a book club where the first book we're reading through is this book called Essentials of Compilation. It is a free book, and it basically walks you through building compilers. We've done the first chapter. We meet Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And in the first chapter, we built this tiny little compiler and interpreter for this language called Arint. Arint is very, very simple. This is the whole language right here. Very easy. It has integers. It has a function to read an integer from the command line. And it has two expressions, technically three expressions, one being the read, one being negate, one being add. Nothing super complicated. So up front, it just gives you the AST of the program rather than having you write a Lexer and parser. I've never written a Lexer and parser, so I wanted to learn how to do that. So we've been reading Building an Interpreter in Go by Thorsten Ball as a way to learn how to build a Lexer and a parser. So we built a Lexer. So far, we built a Lexer for this tiny Arint language. If I could find the book, here it is. And we also, in the book, it teaches you how to build a REPL. So we also build the beginnings of a basic REPL for let's see here. This morning, despite our late start, we're going to write a parser now that uses our Lexer. So let me show you the REPL. So if we do an exec main, this is going to launch us into our REPL. Here's our REPL, and we can do something like the language looks like, my shift key's not working very well. Program, and then it goes like this. We can say plus, let's go, we'll negate the number 69, and then we'll say, negate 69. And then we'll say we want to add 420 to that. And this is like our program, right? That is that. And here it parsed our program into tokens. So we have a left paren, which is right here. We have a program token, which the literal value is program. I need to probably add a like unit token for this potentially, but it's fine parsing it as parens right now. Then we have our add token. We just kind of walk through all of this, right? And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to basically take our tokens, we're going to build a parser, and we're going to parse it into an abstract syntax tree that we can then pass to our compiler, compile and interpret it. Wow, that coffee's so hot. So we need to learn how to build a parser. That will be the next part of this. So let's get Dune running in watch mode. Great. And let's read, shall we? All right. Everyone who has programmed has probably heard about parsers, mostly by encountering a parse error, or maybe heard or even said something like, we need to parse this. After it's parsed, the parser blows up with this input. The word parser is as common as compiler, interpreter, and programming language. Everyone knows that parsers exist. They have to, right? Because who else would be responsible for parse errors? But what is a parser exactly? What is its job? How does it do it? Wikipedia says, a parser is a software component that takes input data, frequently text, and builds a data structure, often some kind of parse tree, abstract syntax tree, or other hierarchical structure. Giving a structural representation of the input, checking for correct syntax in the process, the parser often is preceded by a separate lexical analyzer, which is our Lexer, which we built, which creates tokens from the sequence of input characters. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read all of this. We're going to jump to some of the important parts. Great, great, great. In most interpreters and compilers, the data structure used for the internal representation of the source code is called a syntax tree, or an abstract syntax tree, AST for short. The abstract is based on the fact that certain details visible in the source code are omitted in AST. Semicolons, new lines, white spaces, comments, braces, brackets, and parentheses, depending on the language. A fact to note that there's not one true universal AST format that's used by every parser. Thank you for the follow, ADR. So let's say we have this code here, right? If 3 times 5 is greater than 10, return hello, otherwise return goodbye. And let's say we're using JavaScript, we have a magic Lexer and a magic parser, and the AST is built out of JavaScript objects. Then the parsing step might produce something like this. We get this structure, we have a type if statement, we get a condition where we have a type operator expression. The operator is greater than. The left is an operator expression as well, where the binary operator is a star, right? It's our multiplication operator. The left is probably going to be 3. Yep, integer literal, right? It's going to be integer. Great. Consequence is a return statement. Sure. As you can see, the output of the parser, the AST is pretty abstract. There are no parentheses, no semicolons, no braces, but it does represent the source code pretty accurately, don't you think? Yep, blah, blah, blah. In this chapter, we're going to write our parser. For monkey programming language, we're going to write it for our int. Yeah. Maybe you've already heard about parser generators. OCaml has very lovely parser generators built in. We're not using a parser generator because we want to learn how to write a parser ourselves. There are two main strategies when parsing a programming language: top-down parsing or bottom-up parsing. Yo, get that bottom up. A lot of slightly different forms of each strategy exist. For example, recursive descent parsing, early parsing, predictive parsing are all variations of top-down parsing. The parser we're going to write is a recursive descent parser, and in particular, it's a top-down operator precedence parser, sometimes called a Pratt parser, invented by von Pratt. There's a really good video that I shared yesterday on Pratt parsers. Ratul said, bro, I need a suggestion from you. Which subject should I choose for my master's degree? I already have a bachelor's degree in software engineering. So my first question to you is, why are you getting your master's degree? Do you need it? Is it something that's for sure going to happen? Because like my initial gut reaction is like, if you don't know what the subject or the degree should be, then potentially why do it? But yeah, give me some more information. We'll chat about it. Now, when writing a parser ourselves, we have to make some trade-offs. Our parsers won't be the fastest of all time. We won't have a formal proof of its correctness, and its error recovery process and detection of erroneous syntax won't be bulletproof. The last one is especially hard to get right without extensive study of the theory surrounding parsing. But we're going to have is a fully working parser for the monkey programming language that's open for extensions and improvements. Sure. Okay. Great. What does it mean to parse let statements correctly? It means that the parser produces an AST that accurately represents the information let identifier equals expression. Great. Expressions, yep. Identifiers and expressions. Hello, hello. Okay, so what's nice is that we already have an AST for our int. So we might want to break that out into its own file. So if we go and look at our compiler, right, we have this AST right here, I believe. That's actually not our AST. What would we even call this? I guess that kind of is our AST, right? We have expressions, operations. What does the essentials of compilation call this? That is our AST. So our language has expressions, operations, and the program. Okay. Let's keep reading our book here. So we have token, literal, it's a node. We get a statement. Every node in our AST has to implement the node interface, meaning it has to provide a token literal method that returns the literal value of the token it's associated with. Yep, that's great. Okay, token literal is only used for debugging and testing. Great. The ST we're going to construct consists solely of nodes that are connected to each other. It's a tree after all. Some of these nodes implement the statement and some of them the expression interface. Okay, that's okay. After the 20th, shouldn't use Geist Mono instead of Mona Lisa. I tried using Geist Mono and I just don't, it's not for me. That is funny though. Swastik, do you have a name I can call you so I don't have to say, I don't have to pronounce your full handle? That might be inflammatory to some people. Do you have like a nickname I could call you that I could mark you as? And I think you changed your handle and it deleted what I used to have. Because I know that your handle isn't, the derogatory, symbol, but more the one from Indian culture. But I would like to be able to refer to you by name without having to say that so people don't know context. RPAM? Okay, yes, that's right. I remember that. Let me add that to my dashboard. Great, that should be set. Cool, perfect. Yeah, I don't know, Geist Mono just, I don't know, it didn't look great in NeoVim when I loaded it into me. And I'm a sucker for my cursive. Yeah, I'm just a sucker for cursives and stuff. Like I can dump all this, right? Yeah. Somebody asked about the song. Let's left align this. The song is Boyfriend by the Undercover Hippie. Okay, so let's let's make a new AST file, say ast.ml, save that, and we're gonna quit out of this, and we're gonna grab this bit here, and we're gonna jump into here, paste this. This will be type T, right? Are we doing building? Is this just confused? Yeah. So we have our AST, so let's go back to our compiler. We can delete this, and we'll just say open AST, right? Keep it easy. So for toolset, I went to study abroad, that's it. And now I'm learning some web development frameworks like Django, along with problem solving practice using data structure algorithms. My major subject was data science bachelor's, but I'm confused whether I should stay in web or move to data science. So it doesn't sound like you're from the States, or maybe you are. I'm not, I haven't really heard of many data science bachelor programs. And I don't know of many master's programs that would have like a focus on like web dev. That seems strange to me. My perception as somebody from the United States on master's degrees is that it's, rather than covering a broad range of topics in a field, it starts narrowing down. You're from Bangladesh. Okay, so universities probably work different. So I'm not going to be able to give you the best advice. The advice I can give you would be, one, consider what the job market is like in India. Bangladesh is India, right? I want to make sure I got that right. Or is Bangladesh its own country? Oh, God. Bangladesh is its own country. Shit. I apologize. That's my American ignorance coming through. Everything I just said still applies, though. I don't know how the university system works really that much outside the UK and the United States. But I would say consider the job market, and then consider what interests you and excites you. And if you can get like a pretty good pairing between those things, that's the kind of program I would search for. Yeah, I know, Alice. Listen, I'm well aware of my faults here. Yeah, definitely in the United States, universities can be pretty hit or miss on the quality of education you get and preparing you for an actual job. Yeah, I would say the most important things, one, are just start building things that you think are exciting or cool, even outside of study and university. And two, like I said, consider what really interests you, and consider the job market you're in, and if you can find a decent overlap there, go for that. Month, day, year. Yeah, I think it should be year, month, day, probably. Thank you for the follow, Hub. So one thing we can do for our AST, right, is we can do a toString. So let's come down here and say, let's start with op, right? Let's say let op toString, great. And then we can say let expression to string. That'll probably just complete pretty close. I think we have format in our project, so we can just use FMT rather than sprintf. Let's see here. We get a operation, we get an expression. Let's rename this to an expression list. Or let's just call it expressions. And then list.map is going to take a function. Damn, this song's kind of a bop. How did we get on like ska music, or not ska? Hopefully that's helpful. Let's see what we got. We kind of want to recursively do this, right? So let's say we're going to print, we'll say fmt.string, and we'll say prim. Actually, let's just make it capital case. My shift key is fracking up here. Okay, so we get prim, right? Thank you for the follow, Web Dweller. And then we get this will be our op, right? It'll be %s, and then we need another %s, and that will be the recursive. Where are we missing a parenthesis? Better now, better now. Oh, we have to mark this as recursive. There we go. So let's see what that says. Whoops, this isn't a type. Let to string. Yeah. We'll say, actually, this is going to be fmt.stir program, and it'll be that. We have an empty unit. I don't know. Yushi, my auto commands for Kitty were, I had a bunch of custom stuff because I was using Kitty. I merged the pull request into Vim Kitty Navigator, where you could use Kitty panes in stacked mode, which basically means like you can toggle different layouts easily, where the other layouts get basically put behind the top one. And then when you retoggle, they come back out, right? So toggle, hide, toggle back. That's stack mode in Kitty. I wanted an indication in my power line, or not my power line, my prompt line, and also in NeoVim if I was in stacked mode. And the reason I wanted that was like, do I have another pane open currently? Like, can I toggle to a hidden pane? So if you see this little symbol up here, Tmux does this for me now, but I copied that pattern and this symbol into NeoVim. So if I was in stacked mode, NeoVim would basically query Kitty and be like, are you in stacked layout? If so, show this symbol in Lua line. Same with my Starship configuration. It queried Kitty, are we in a stacked layout? If so, show this. And that was just a visual indicator to me that you have another terminal pane that you can toggle to, rather than needing to open a fresh one. So let's go into UTOP and play with this. Oh, we're running in, where are we running? Oh, right. Let's go back in here. Let's go to our AST. And let's go to Vim. No, Dune UTOP, I'm sorry. So now that we're in UTOP, we should, damn it. Okay. We should be able to get eoc.asrint. Why is nothing exposed from that? Can I require? Where is it getting some of this stuff from? Yeah, Arpan. I actually wrote my own scrollback code that does something similar to that plugin, and I wrote that before it was ever before that plugin was out. So do I do Dune? I don't know why that's not bringing my freaking libraries. /lib/all. Right, now I should have like, do I have rint? Yeah, there's rint. Okay, great. I need to go expose those, right. That's part of our problem. I can't get out of UTOP. Okay, so let's go to our rint, and this is going to be, we need to expose our abstract syntax tree module. Okay, now we should be able to get into Dune UTOP lib/. Now we should have our AST or rint, open rint. So AST dot, great. All right, so let's make a tiny little rint program here. So let's just say AST dot toString, and let's say we do AST dot program, and program takes an expression. So we'll say prim, and then that takes a list where it'll be like add 5 and add 5, if I remember this correctly. Oh, we missed a paren. Program expects 2 arguments. Oh, right, it needs a unit. Do we have to wrap that? Program expects 2 arguments, but it is applied to 1 argument here. How did I design this? Oh, it's a tuple. Derp. So we can just put a comma, comma here. Prim expects 2. Okay, prim, what does prim get? It gets an operation. All right. So let's walk back here. So prim gets another tuple and it gets an operation. So we'll have add, and add expression list. Add needs 2 integers. Yeah, so this will be a comma, and then we'll have int of 5 and int of 6. I think we're missing a paren. The expression is type AB, but an expression was type of expression. Add expression list. So op is add, and then our expression list should be int. Oh, damn it, semicolons. Hey, look at that, chat. Look at that. Our 2-string worked. You love to see it. I'm not sure if that's the final way we want to output stuff, but we at least have like the recursion worked out. Okay, that makes me feel good there. And let's move forward. I gotta check a Slack message real quick. Okay, sorry, I just had to catch up on some logistics. Okay. So I think we've got our AST. We can print it out. I want to go look at our book real quick to see. We should probably match with our printer. Where's the grammar at? Right here. We probably want to print it like this. We should almost call this like empty, right? Because that is like... I don't know what to call this thing. Thank you for the follow, Mike Ross. I also usually, I don't use Kitty anymore. I use Ghosty now full time. I've been on Ghosty for like a month and a half now. Okay, let's fix our printer so it does, we match the syntax tree over here. Just a feedback. and then add I think that should probably do the trick. Actually, it's like that, and then the expressions in it like that. So let's try that. Let's go back and do new top. And we can probably just go run the same code, right? Right, we need to open AST, or open rint. There we go. There we go. That looks good. That looks like our syntax tree. Alice, I can see how and why stuff like this can be addicting and super interesting. This is going to be the start of a probably long journey for me here. I know. I was thinking about that. I kind of figured I haven't looked through our book yet, but Racket's not typed. So like I'm gonna fall down the path of writing it. Like, yeah. I already feel it happening. I feel the draw. Like, this is like genuinely fun and interesting to work on. Gradual types later on. Cool. I know this is like all super basic stuff, but like it's scratching that itch. So for us, chat, if we look at how the author here is defining these Go interfaces with essentially these functions that produce strings, right? So like statement node, statement and expression all inherit or extend the node interface, and they all print this token literal. We get that same functionality from these essentially toString functions, right? We can essentially pass our AST nodes into these functions and effectively do what he's doing with this token literal here. Patel, what happened to the create melange app that you were building before this? Right now, one of these mornings, I gotta talk with Leo again. Leo and I are gonna pair program on stream one morning for like a full session and get some foundations of the rewrite to native OCaml and Minty built. I'm also, Melange 3.0 is essentially releasing here. Technically, Melange 3.0 is out, but the rest of the ecosystem is catching up. So once 3.0 is in a stable place, we're gonna update create melange app where it's at to generate projects for Melange 3.0. And then we're gonna start trying to engage the community on the rewrite. Hi, Sharid. Thank you for the raid. Super appreciate it. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out here. I don't know if you caught it last time you raided me. I was at the dentist office and I let my stream run by accident. And I don't know if you were here for it, but one of your viewers caught that I called my significant other to turn off the stream and my computer was locked. And I said my password over the phone out loud for people to hear, and one of your viewers DM me on Twitter and let me know that I doxed my password. So thank you, Sheree. Enjoy classes. Hopefully they're not too terrible. What up, Raiders? So what we're working on today, Raiders, is our Discord and our little kind of community called the Caravan. Is we have a book club where we meet on Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We are reading through the book The Essentials of Compilation, and got through chapter 1. And in chapter 1, you build this tiny little language called rint, which this is the extent of the language right here. It basically can just add and subtract integers. And the book starts you at the level where you already have an abstract syntax tree for the language, so it skips lexing and parsing. So I wanted to learn about Lexers and Parsers, so I bought a copy of Thorsten Ball's book, Writing an Interpreter in Go, which is excellent. Let me give a link to that. Actually, first, here's the link to the book we're reading. It's free. And then the book that I am using to learn how to write parsers and lexers is this, and we're translating it from Go to OCaml. And right now we're getting ready to start writing our parser. We've already written a lexer at a mini basic REPL. I have not used any, sedlex is a parser generator, right? Or a lexer generator. I looked at your, I think it was Flora. Is that the language you're working on? It looked really easy to generate stuff. Like, I looked at that and I was like, dang. And the awesome thing is that it automatically keeps track of source. I saw that too. I saw that, I read a little bit up after looking at your code, and it has like that start section. I wasn't sure how the start or the source locations worked. I wasn't sure if that was like provided to you by Sedlex, or you wrote that yourself. So I'm definitely gonna have to play with Sedlex. Sorry, my boss is messaging me right now talking about cooking. Okay, so let's keep reading here. We have 3 interfaces called node, statement, expression. Every node in our AST has to implement the node interface. That's fine. We already have that kind of in OCaml. So they write a token literal function where they attach it to the program struct, where it just prints the first program node. Got the NP. Sorry, I got like 3 conversations going on right now, chat. Hold on, I want to look this up. Okay, cool. Put that in the cart so I don't forget about it. These basic building blocks for our AST construction defined, let's think about what a node for a variable binding in the form of let x equals 5 might look like. Which field should it have? Definitely one for the name of the variable, and it also needs a field that points to the expression on the left or on the right side of the equal sign. It needs to be able to point to any expression. It can't just point to a literal value, the integer literal in this case. Do we still have that recipe up anywhere? Has anyone started watching the new season of True Detective on HBO? This song is the intro song. Yeah. Node needs to keep track of the token the ST node is associated with. Sure. Okay. So in Go, structs implicitly implement interfaces, right? That's like the thing. Oh, value. So it gets the expression that is going to be this thing here. Okay, I see. So the identifier must come from the Lexer. Like that must be our token. Or no, that gets lifted. Is that what's happening there? Is this is getting lifted? Yeah, it must be. And then value is just the... Okay, I see what's happening.
The let statement struct has the fields we need, name to hold the identifier of the binding and value for the expression that produces the value. The two methods, statement node and token literal, satisfy the statement and node interfaces respectively, right? It's implicit. Or it's not implicit, I guess. You explicitly attach the handlers there, right? Or these are like called receivers, I think, in Go. To hold the identifier of the binding, the X in let, we have the identifier struct type, which just has a value and a token, and it can spit out an expression node. Yep, okay. To hold the identifier of the binding, the X in let X equals 5, we have the identifier struct type, which implements the expression interface. But the identifier in a let statement doesn't produce a value, right? So why is it an expression? It's to keep things simple. Identifiers in other parts of a monkey program do produce values, e.g. let X equals value producing identifier. And to keep the number of different node types small, we'll use identifier here to represent the name in a variable binding and later reuse it to represent. Sure. Bum, 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 bum. What up, Leo? Thank you for the raid. How was work on Surday? Noise. Hi, Sabine. Okay, so we're going to have a very, very different AST tree than what this language does, but that's okay. We can probably adapt here. So our parser has a current token, sure. We can peek at the next token. We might not need that state. So a parser takes a Lexer. Let's do that. Let's go to our parser, and our type T is going to have a Lexer, which will be a Lexer.t. We gotta probably get out of that, and let's get into watch mode. Okay, that looks great. And let's just say, let's kind of design this like our Lexer was, and we'll have token, I guess. We'll see if we actually need that, but token.t. And then I'm not sure we'll need the peak token. We can probably write a function to do that for us. So let's say let make is going to take a Lexer, and this should probably be, let's see how we did our Lexer. Yeah, I want to kind of copy the struct we did here. Should be an option instead.
because the design of the Lexer in this book also kept track of the next position, and we didn't need to do that. What's up, dude? You're a good boy. You're okay. Relax. Don't drink my coffee. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay. So let's say we're going to, we have our Lexer, and our Lexer has a next token, and that's going to return us a, let's just say token equals next token from the Lexer. So that should be a Lexer token, sure. Yep, works for me. We can shadow there. Good Lord, Murph. No bark, sir. Relax, sir. Lay down. And then we can say, like, is this an option? No. In fact, we can just set that, right? We can just say, yeah, we do this. In fact, that doesn't need to be an option because we'll just get end of line, right? Or end of file. Okay. We'll see if that works out. We'll see how that feels as we go on here. Well, to peek, right? Like if we want to peek, we could be like, I have a peek here, right? So we can just do let peek, and we'll take our parser and we'll say we will say lexer.nextToken. Yeah, we would just do lexer.nextToken t-lexer, right? And this isn't going to advance our lexer because it updates itself every time. It's not a mutable lexer. And we can just pass it the second. And that's effectively our peek function, right? So there's our peek. Yeah, we built our Lexer so it's immutable. The state is it just has the current position and a character option. And then we basically return a new Lexer every time we advance it. I think it came out pretty well. This feels, it's, you know, probably not the most performant fast one in the world, but it's, you know, nice. I like it. It's fun to write.
God, I hate that there is mutation happening here. This is so confusing. I don't know what this advanced. I mean, I can assume what advanced tokens does. I assume that would. Oh God, I hate this. Sue Priestess said, I need career advice if anyone can please help. My company is dangling a carrot in my face, making a massive project's release date the same exact time as our bonus is awarded. I feel this is very shady and dishonest. What would you do? I would work my ass off to ship a really quality project, right? I mean, that I'm not sure that's necessarily shady, right? Like a bonus, in my opinion, you're not entitled to a bonus, right? A bonus is there for achieving results beyond the standard expectations of something. Yeah. So I actually think that's like, I feel like this is probably a pretty normal thing, right? Like, they want their employees, being you, Saprista, to the result they want, right, is a really polished, great release of their project. And from their end, what levers of control do they have to control that, right? They can just, be super strict and micromanage and do all this stuff, or they could entice you with extra money, right? Like, ship well and we'll share the profits. They did not promote or give me a raise. I felt like I deserved. I worked above my title. Have you brought that up with your manager, that you feel like you exceeded expectations and weren't promoted or given a raise? What did your manager say? He pat me on the back. Okay. What? And gave me a rating lower than I gave myself. Did he give you any feedback on why you got the lower rating? Yeah. What feedback did your manager give you for why he gave you a 3 when you gave yourself a 4? There was one instance of a soft skill misstep, which was kind of visible. I wanted to solution on a call, which was meant for problem identification, and I guess someone threw a fit. Yeah, so when you were on that call that was meant for a problem identification, Murphy, no. When you were on the call for the problem identification and you started to want to work on the solution, was there any pushback on the call? Were there clear expectations set at the beginning of the call of what the purpose of it was? I find it I find it kind of irresponsible as a manager to knock you 2 points on review for a single call. So I think potentially, here's what my advice would be. My advice would be continue working your ass off and attempting to exceed expectations and build something you're proud of. That way you can potentially and hopefully benefit from the bonus. And when that time comes, that's when I would start looking for a new job. It is probably a good project to have on your belt that you shipped something like that. Yeah, I would work your ass off and build something you're proud of, and hope that you get the bonus. But like, maybe your company's super shitty and they're just, making more false promises here. Either way, I think it is valuable to ship a big project like that, especially with the potential of extra compensation. But yeah, I would. So many people tell me to fuck off and do the bare minimum, like your coworkers or like other streamers or something, or people you ask advice for. Yeah, and I would also start keeping. I would start keeping. This applies to like really anyone when it comes to performance reviews throughout the year as you accomplish, build things, handle situations that you're proud of or that were tricky. Just write it in like a text document, like straight up, like on such and such a date, I shipped a PR that did such and such, and I'm proud of it for this reason, and it helped the company or team in this way. And then when it comes time for your review, you can just walk into, your performance review like, here's my full list of the year of the things I accomplished and how it helped the business, the team, the org. But yeah, if you keep having a bad time or they renege on the bonus for shipping, I would start looking for a new job. But I think it will probably be a valuable experience for you to ship a big project like that. And especially because the job market's pretty tough right now too. So taking a year to build out this project and hopefully get financially compensated for it, and have something on your resume that you can be proud of. Infinite loop. Oh, you're all good, Saprisa. So our parse is going to be a function that takes a Lexer, or no, it's going to take a T, and I guess we don't need that, right? We don't need the brackets. T, and it's going to return a ast.t. How do we do this? How do I mark this correctly? Is that right? Hold on. What is the right way to annotate a function? God. Parse will be a function that takes a t and returns a t, or ast.t. Let name signature equals body. So it'd be like parser is a t, and no. Oh, I have to use a lambda. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah. That's the syntax I wanted. Thank you, Gary. Parser t returns an AST-T. There we go. I find this more visually appealing, I think. So you can't write let f equals a locally abstract a to a. So this is going to need, we get a parser in our loop. Let's come in here and start implementing this. This is 75 beats per minute by Romain Axisa? I don't know. Thank you for the follow, Gary. And thank you for the help, too. So we're going to match parser.token with anything, and we're just going to fail with. There we go. Whoops, forgot our equals. Okay, looking good there. And the things we need to parse, right? We're looking at tokens. So we're gonna, if we hit end of file, let's open our token. Let open token. And we'll say end of file. We'll just return our AST, right? And we'll just say, I don't even know what this is going to be. This will be program as a type token T. Oh, we need, oh shoot. This will be AST. How do we want to do that? I guess we just parse the first one. We're always winning, Beto. And by that, I mean we're always losing. Maybe we create an empty. Exactly. Let's see how they implement new program AST node. Right, they have these empty, their program struct or node looks like. So yeah, we can come up here. We just need to we need to attempt to parse the first token or the first expression really. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's part of the fun of this is translating this to OCaml. Where did he define the program? So it just has a bunch of statements. And ours is a unit of an expression. So let's not worry about the so we want to start by trying to get the next token, right? So let's say I think your program should be a list of expressions, though. It kind of is, right? Because if we look at what our AST is from the book, we have a unit and an expression, and then an expression, it's basically recursive. Yeah. It's not even a a list of expressions, right? It's a single expression, which is what Alice is saying. So I guess the thing to do would be like let parse expression, right? And that probably needs to take a parser and a probably just the parser. All right, so yeah, let's start writing out an API here and breaking this down. So we need to parse an expression, and then we need to be able to parse an identifier, because we do have identifiers in our language, or we really don't actually. We have operations. So if we parse an operation, no, that belongs there. So, okay. Hi, C-Films. Glad to hear you're doing great. I am also doing great. We're going to get the nets token, right? So we'll say advanced. We'll get Lexer and token, and it'll be parser dot Lexer. Hold on. Lexer dot next token Parker. Yeah. See you, Drew. What are you planning on streaming today? Maybe we carry the AST state. No. It's technically, well, the book says it's a recursive descent parser that uses Pratt parsing. I don't know if that... Where's the block here? Yeah, here. And I mean, I'm deviating pretty hard from this book here, because we have... Yeah, the parser we're going to write is a recursive descent parser. Yeah. Like parse pops a token. If it's that, you call parse list. If that's not, then you call parse atom. No, we use snake case in OCaml. Except for functors. Functors are Pascal case or something. Title case. Okay, I'm starting to see what's happening here. So yeah, okay. So let's say we have what Leo suggested, right? Let atom, parse atom, and Jesus. I'm going to turn off Copilot. I don't like Copilot doing that while I'm trying to learn. And we want let parse list, I guess. Actually, I'm not sure if that's what I want, right? Hold on. I got to think about this. I got to go back and read what you said. Parse pops a token. If it's that, you call parse list. If it's not, then you call parse atom. I'm not sure that we need... Yeah. Where is our error here? Money. 26. Okay. So down here, we're going to say match. We need to get our next token, right? So let's say let Lexer next token, or we'll just say token equals Lexer.next token parser.lexer in. And then we'll say match token with let's just say end of file. Let's right now just fail with, right? Just to get our cases in here. And then we want, actually we don't even need that. Let's start with what we're saying, right? We have lparen So if we hit a left parenthesis, we need to try to parse well, really, we should actually have one more thing here. Normally write token, then do code action destructure. I write token where? Inside of the match. Okay. So delete this, right? And I code action here. Oh, destruct. There we go. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is like this left paren, right? And when we hit a left paren, we first need to check if it's a program, right? So we need to peek, right? We'll say match peek t or parser hold on, we actually need to do one other thing here quick. So this will end up being let I'm just going to shadow it for now. Oh, we already have the first token. Right. Hold on. I forgot we advanced it in the constructor. So we should hit a left bracket, and then when we hit this, we need to peek, right? So let's just make this little branch here. And inside this, let's just throw a comment to keep our formatting, and we'll say a fail with to do. Yep, okay, that gives us nice formatting. And then we're going to say match peak parser with. Can I destruct here? No. If it's going to be program, we'll do a thing, right? Otherwise, we need to, what else can we get on the, we could get a, we could get prim. Or what does peak return? It returns a token, right? Right. We could get a I'm trying to think about what our thing Lex is to now. We have a REPL. We could go look at the REPL. Where are my actual... Oh yeah, I accidentally deleted our tests. So when we Lex this program, we should have token-wise... let's just take a simple example, right? Let's take the program. Let's take the program something like this, and it'll be program that, and then it needs a expression, like int8 is a valid program. Like that's fine, I think. And we could confirm that, right, by just like running our REPL, I guess. And if we paste in that, yeah, okay. So this gives me something to like actually visually go off of here. So we can hit, in our basic example, we can hit another left paren. We can hit an identifier, right, of some stir. Can we hit a expression though? They do, right? But like we're parsing on just hitting a left bracket, right? Okay, well, let's back it up then. I'm going to comment out this block. And I want to say, let parse program. Just to keep it small, right? I'm like getting ahead of myself with all that code. So we come in here, we can match basically parser.token, and we'll say it should be a left paren when peak parser equals token dot equals token dot equals, paste that in there, peak parser, and that's going to return a token, and that should be program. And we'll say fail with yay. And then everything else is going to be like fail with oh no, right? What do you guys do when they don't have internet? I be present with the people around me or nature. Generally, I'm up in the mountains of Pennsylvania. I do have a really, really hard time at detaching and being present when I do have an internet connection in my phone, though. For sure. Definitely addicted to the phone. So we get well, in fact, this should probably just be like an if statement, right? Rather than a match, so we don't have to nest. Because what we want to do is, I know we can nest matches, but it might getting, okay, we're going to nest matches. Then we want to say, we'll advance the parser, right? So we're just going to say, we probably need like an advance, right? Let advanced parser equals parser with let advanced Lexer. We should probably write a helper function to do this, but advanced Lexer, in fact, we should just do Lexer token equals Lexer dot next token, and we'll pass in the parser. In advanced parser will be just with Lexer token in what the hell is happening here? Do I have caps on? Right. Okay, so there's our new parser, right? And then we can say, we basically want to Like, do we need the concept of like an empty expression? Because like what I need to do next, right, is like we need to make sure we parse this unit. So maybe we just write a parse unit. So let's go ahead and write let parse program unit, or unit, I guess. And we'll take a parser, which is t, and we're going to return, I don't even know what we return here, to be honest. Because we don't have like an AST node for a unit. It's part of the program. Right? The program itself has a unit and an expression. So maybe parse unit is going to parse like this bit right here. I suppose we should probably make a token for that, right? Rather than having parens. Like token should be a valid thing. Yeah, I know. The AST is not perfect. Well, I mean, it's what the book says to do, but I want to try to stick to the book, even though it's probably not perfect. So let's say we have a new token. Let's just say we have a unit, right? Don't we need to parse the program thing though? Like, we're building the AST. Right, so it would end up returning something like, the return would be like L paren, R paren. I guess that would be like token. No, it returns a unit. Ah, I see. Right, okay. So to do that, we're just going to say match parser dot token with L paren and then we can do the same thing, right? We can say when token dot equal peak parser is R paren. And we'll return a unit. Otherwise, in every other case, we fail with invalid. In fact, we can just start writing actual errors, right? Where did we do? I thought we raised somewhere. Invalid token, I guess. What am I in? All right. In fact, this should actually probably return we should return the parser, right? Rather than the unit. Be like T unit. And in here, we would want to do let. Yeah, I know I don't, but I want to keep the tuple pattern consistent. So when we advance to the next token, I think we just have to advance twice, right? Lexer.next token, and we take first Lexer.next token, and then we return let's see here. Yeah, this isn't super safe right now. We're going to fix this in a second. I have to run to the bathroom real quick. Take a leak. I've drank 2 coffees. Sessions type elixir T, token T. What did I do wrong here? Oh, right. Yeah, we can make this, well, right now we can. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm not vibing with this music at the moment. All right, let's see here. So Leo said, I think this would be cleaner with just a match next parser with. Okay, you can do that. So let's keep our language consistent. We'll call it advance. Right, we can say let advance, and that'll take our parser, and it's going to return a new parser, right? And we're just going to say parser, well, Lexer.nextToken, parser.lexer in, and then we just return that as Lexer token. Yep, okay, that looks good. So now we can advance and we can match on that, right, in our parse unit. So let's just comment that. So we have it for reference, and we'll say match advanced parser with, and the things we can match on here are going to be its, we can destructure, we can get token and ignore everything else. Well, we might want the Lexer. Well, we would say L paren. Can we match on that like that? Can we do like a token equals L paren? Like, is that valid syntax? It is. Sweet. I haven't done a ton of matching on records. I didn't know you could do that. That's dope. What is this music? This is like not my mix. Is this my, I need like, this is like playing all my same shit. Can I add like, all right, here we go. Cigarettes and Saints. Love this song. Yeah, I didn't know I've been writing OCaml for like a year and a half. I didn't know I could like destructure a record and match on it. That's super cool. All right, where, I just lost my place in this file. Right here. So we can say raise invalid token. We should really make this like a expected expected, in fact, we don't need to do this. Well, actually it might be useful. Expected %s, but received. In fact, we don't even need to do. And this will be token dot toString, and that'll be L paren. What's this subset about? There we go. Should be a token T. Oh, it's right. There we go. Can I recommend a background music, but it's violency? Arpan, if you can give me an Apple Music link, I can play something. All right, I'll queue it up. I reserve the right to veto if I don't vibe with it. So then we drop in and we do another match statement where we advance the parser. Thank you for the follow. Is this the album? Is this playing? It's not. Okay. I think we can rock with this for a bit. Oh, wait, this is kind of... Can I not reference token here? Oh, I don't have access to token. Can I do like as token? Is that a thing I can do? Is that valid? As parser? There we go. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. All right, what are we not matching on here? This needs to be backed out to there, and we need an extra paren here. And we got it. Okay. We parsed the freaking unit, chat. Let's go. All right, so we can come back to here, and we should copy that same pattern, right? Whenever we parse, we need to return a T and a something. I don't know if this will be an ASTT for sure or not, but let's get rid of that. Actually, no, we need this, right? All right, RPin, this is kind of lit. I can vibe with this. I'm feeling ready to sling some code to this music right now. I know what soundtrack we're listening to next. This song makes me want to listen to the Witcher soundtrack. Oh shit, am I missing a meeting? Okay, no, that's a 1. Okay. Whew! Whew! Chat, thought we were missing a meeting. Okay, so we get the parser back, and now we need to do like let parser, and this would be like our expression, right? And this will be parse expression in, and then we could just fail with. And what are you upset about? Oh, we don't have a, right, let's just copy this and we'll throw this here. And invalid token, we expected a left paren. And then for the next one, we can copy this. We can actually write a little helper function for this, I think. So let's go up here and say like, let invalid token, and it'll be, we'll say we'll just take a token and a message, right? And we'll say raise invalid token, token message. Do we need to wrap this? No, that's not how that works. Can I add that? It's annoying. Right, it's a tuple. There we go. So let's go clean up some of this. Oh, we need to actually copy this, right? In fact, we should just copy all of that. Yoink. Paste. And then we'll go nuke that. Extra paren, great. This is going to be token. Or right, it's going to be, let's do expected actual, and then a message. Oh, we don't even need a message. Just expected and actual. Yeah. This will be actual, and then the other one will be expected. Yeah, I like that. We can say raise. Thank you for the follow, Shukrat. Appreciate you hanging out with us today. How you doing? So we expected a right paren, but we got an actual being token. Wait, what's happening here? Did we go through this whole soundtrack already? Damn, that's a short little album. Good morning, man. How you doing? All right, we're gonna listen to the Witcher soundtrack. Should we do the game or the movie or the Netflix original? Let's do the Netflix. No, let's do the game. Okay, I see the problem here. We need to jump over here and throw a paren. Then here, I love this raise invalid function. This is so nice. We expected a left paren, but the actual is token. Two of my favorite albums to work to are I like working to probably my favorite soundtrack to work to, like to get in deep like kind of flow. Actually, we'll just play it, right? Because I really like it. Is Dunkirk soundtrack. This soundtrack just does it for me. And Interstellar. We could even write a nice little helper function to like wrap this little pattern we have here, where we have like, we expect expected is going to be a program, and then actual, let's finish refactoring to this pattern first, and then we can go through and maybe write a little helper. Do we have parse expression? Yeah. Takes a parser, fails. This should actually then go there. There we go. Sure. And this becomes that, mix that. Go to the beginning, mix that, delete that line. And this will be left paren and the actuals token. Right. So let's go update that to return RT by that. And we'll do the same thing here. Thank you, Roasted. Okay. I think let's close some of this stuff. Is this our Lexer? No. Let's move that up there. Our Lexer is 1, our token is 2, our REPL, okay. This is our token, and let's go to Lexer, whoops. We have advance while, take while. I kind of want to do like advance if, right? So let's write that. Advance if parser, and then we'll have an F, which will be our predicate, which is a function that takes a token.t and returns a bool. And then the entire thing returns a be a parser t equal this will return a parser, yeah. Then we just say what do we say here? Let's not take a predicate. Let's take let's rename this to next token, right? And we can make this a token.t. Why is that upset? Then here we can say match peak parser with peak is going to return us, right, we have to move this up. Okay, token. How about that, chat? This nice little advance if function. We'll advance the parser if the next token is some token. We'll peek and check the next token. And if the token's equal to what we want, we advance the parser. Otherwise, we raise an invalid token where the expected is the next token, the actual is the token, which gives us this little error message, right? We expected this, We should really change this to like found or got, but found, but received. I like received. I before E except after C. Oh yeah, bud. We'll do this, and we'll paste that in there, and this will be actual. Look at that. That's a beautiful error message. Expected S, but received. Sweet. Now we can start using our advanced if function. So parse unit, right? We can say let. In fact, we can even do something cool like parser advance if. Oh my god, chat, this is going to be so cool. This is going to be so cool. If the next token is L paren, and then we can go advance if next token is R paren, and that just replaces this entire block. Hold on. What does advance if return? Returns a parser. Advance if. Oh, right. And then we have to return it with a unit. So we'll just say function that gets our parser, and we'll return it with parser unit. Right, that. Tell me that's not kind of sick. That's so cool. Like, okay, let's compare the two functions we just had, right? Okay, new version. Let's just say let advanced parser equals that, and we'll come over here and say in, and then this line will just return advanced parser and unit. All right, these two blocks of code are the same. In fact, we can probably shadow because we do that everywhere already. This block is equivalent to this block. But we're like, yo, advance if the next token is paren, and then we can advance if again, the next token is the right paren. We get our updated parser, bada bing, bada boom. That's sick. Why the double semicolons? So I cribbed this from Jane Street's formatting preferences. Yeah, given, yeah.
Can I type something out, send it to you, and you let me know if it's good or not?
Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
So we can could even do something like let with unit, and that takes a parser and it returns parser unit in, and then we could go delete that line, another pipe with unit. Oh yeah, chat. Nice. dig that. So now we can refactor this one as well. No, sorry, I forgot to answer the what these actually are. They just denotate the end of a block. Yeah, like a lexically scoped block. So you can see like here's our parse unit function, and then it ends right here. They're not even required, right? Like I could have this and it's totally valid, but I set it so my formatter puts it in. But yeah, I think they're only required at the top level. So my OCaml format file ends up looking like this. I use the default profile, and then I just add let binding spacing is double semicolon. And actually, one of the guys from Jane Street, Ty Overby, he had a thread on Twitter. He had a thread on Twitter on why this is not just a visual benefit. There was some sort of it made error location reporting a little bit nicer too. I can't remember the specifics, but it does help with that in some way. So if we want to do the same thing as we did before down here, let's just return, we'll return a unit again. In fact, we can, so let's just do this. And we'll get rid of this. And then we'll say parser, and we'll pipe that to advance if next token is left paren. And then we'll pipe that to advance if next token is program. And this needs to be unit for now, but this really should end up being to refactor to t, come on, ast.t. And then we'll return with unit. And then this entire block right here just became this. So much easier to read. Like, tell me, this is why I love like the pipeline operator and OCaml. It's just so nice. I have used OCaml professionally for the past year and a half, but I just accepted a new job at Vercel, and I start on the 20th, so I won't be doing OCaml professionally during my day job at that point. But I'm going to continue streaming and building up the ecosystem with OCaml. Vercel is like mostly all TypeScript with some Rust and Go here and there. Yeah, Patel. Yeah, no, you heard correct. I accepted a job with Vercel 2 days ago. And I start on the 20th, I think. Thank you, thank you. How easy was / is it to get into Vercel? As far as like technical interviews and stuff go, it was pretty. I wouldn't say it's easy. It definitely wasn't easy, but it wasn't like I didn't really have to do any leak code type stuff. Like I had like your typical. It was like your typical. It goes. At least my interview process went phone screen, talk with the hiring manager, live coding, system design, talk with the VP of engineering of the org, and then offer. The live coding was actually really fun. It was a good challenge. It was relatively practical in its application. Yeah, that was fun. And then the system design was pretty standard, straightforward system design, nothing over the top. I don't speak Spanish. I wrote a poem and translated it to Spanish and shared it to Facebook because it felt more poetic in Spanish than in English. Now my targeted ads on Twitch are in Spanish. What's your take on this from a programming perspective? How do we create a wholesome and useful ad serving experience across disparate networks? I don't know. I think we should just get rid of ads altogether. I hate ads. Can you briefly share what the question asked? I'm not gonna share what the question was, just because I don't feel like that's very fair to the company. But let me see how I could describe it without giving anyone an advantage. Hey, you can get rid of ads by throwing a Prime subscription my way, you know? The question revolved around receiving data at an endpoint and efficiently handling that data given some constraints. And like the answer was really like, yeah, basically how do you handle and store this data in memory given a bunch of constraints? The funny thing about Twitch is the money that I make from Twitch, which is not a lot at all, is I end up giving it back to Twitch because I subscribe to all my friends and buy subs on their streams. Like I probably come out net negative every month from subbing to all my friends on Twitch. It really is, Angel. Like, what is the best way to gift you money? I do not need gifted money at all. I would say if you felt so compelled as to want to give me money, you should sponsor Leo on GitHub. That's what you should do. If you feel compelled to give me money, give it to Leo instead and give it directly to him through his GitHub sponsorship. As I am. How do you freaking sponsor? I don't know if I can sponsor. Leo is working on building up a bunch of amazing stuff in the OCaml ecosystem, namely a tool and runtime and framework called Riot, which is essentially porting Elixir and Erlang's OTP like multi-core actor model framework or scheduler to OCaml, and doing a bunch of really cool stuff around that.
That's the guy who sings sometimes, right?
Yeah.
He's great.
Let me read this real quick.
That's not the screen people see, right?
No, it's over here.
Okay, great. Because I... Does that sound fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Super informal, but...
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm going to eat in my office. I have another meeting.
Okay. So this is a super cool pattern. I like this a lot. This nice little advanced if function is very handy dandy. Actually, shit. I gotta wrap up and I have a meeting at 1 and I want to eat some food before that. So I'm gonna wrap up for the day, y'all. I will be back streaming super early tomorrow. I'm gonna be joining DevDad at 5:30 a.m. Eastern time to help him get more cozy and set up in NeoVim and specifically connect the NVim DApp or debugging protocol thing for NVim. And yeah, once we're done there, we'll roll right into my stream and we will probably, let me check my calendar. Okay, so I have a haircut and an all hands tomorrow. Yeah, we'll stream to about like 9:30 and then that'll be that. So we'll go from 5:30 to 9:30 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time. But let's find somebody to raid. We got Dax going. We got Nate going. What are they talking about on here? If it's technical content, we might raid because I don't see them on Twitch very often anymore. And Adam used to stream during the same time slot I do, and I used to watch him every morning after DevDad. What's funny, chat, or at least roasted, is I reached out to, I had a conversation with Dax when I first started my job hunt about working at SST. And they unfortunately don't have budget to hire somebody right now, but yeah, I would have interviewed with them if they did. And now I'm probably at his least favorite company. All right, let's raid them because they're not on often, and I have a huge appreciation for those guys. All right, y'all. Thank you for, hanging out and following and subscribing. I appreciate all of you. You guys are what makes this the best. We'll be back tomorrow.